Good morning, everybody. Epic Bary back here again today to continue our outward playthrough. Before we discuss anything further, I do want to make a quick mention for those watching this playthrough on YouTube. You'll notice that the episode numbers jumped from 20 to 22 for the last uploads. That is not a mistake. You are not crazy. The stream on Friday was plagued by a bunch of technical issues to the point where there really wasn't any recoverable footage, unfortunately. It was mostly internet issues on my side, unfortunately. There was nothing that was really missed in terms of content, just because everything happened so early on in the stream. We did a bunch of inventory management, we walked into the field, attempted to go into one dungeon, and the stream basically died from there. There was no content lost, but you will notice that the playthrough jumped from town to a minor dungeon in the area that I forget the name of. With that mentioned, though, let's go ahead and jump right into the playthrough and kind of get a feel for where we left off. Also, good morning, Unicyclic. Welcome back to the stream. I hope your weekend was good. And hopefully today we don't have any issues and we can actually continue the stream like normal. I don't know what was going on, but on Friday, all across the board, even after I dropped off, my internet was just terrible. It was okay through the most of the weekend, but Friday was just a doozy. We are currently in the Oil Refinery dungeon, which is in the northeastern corner of the map. We hadn't explored it. Here's the entrance right here, so we really didn't do very much of anything. We slightly wandered up one or two of these paths here, cleared out a handful of enemies, but beyond that, nothing really was done. Over here, hopefully, at the very end of stream, we had just taken out a gargoyle enemy. Right here. These enemies are very obnoxious and strong, but this one's out of the way, and it looks like we don't have to do it again, which is just phenomenal. Come over here, there's some sort of lever. We don't really know what it does. It does not move if I try to touch it. I don't know if that means that I need another item to interact with it, or maybe there's a preliminary lever that we have to touch before we can even do anything with it. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm going to go ahead and kind of wander up these paths, make sure I didn't miss anything. We were a little bit distracted last stream. So here we need the upper refinery key. Hopefully we find that either someplace in the dungeon or probably likely the way the DLC has been laid out. It's going to be somewhere else in Caldera. But we'll have to see. In this case, so really that's all we did. We wandered down this path and that's it. Let's head over here and kinda see what's going on. There's a jellyfish here, but I don't think for the most part there's too much else going on in this room. Apparently I'm a huge liar and we actually already looted this room. I just don't remember it. I don't really see that we can do much of anything. We did get a few unidentified samples, so I guess that's good. Beyond that, yeah, I really don't know what else we can do. I get the feeling we probably have to come back here. Now, one thing that definitely strikes me, here we have, our lake of oil, supposedly. There was one other dungeon that we went to in this general vicinity. There were a bunch of Caligray enemies, and at the end of it, there was like an altar of some sort where it said, we need a special instrument and some magic to be able to proceed. I'm wondering if that's connected to this, and that's how we proceed through this dungeon. Now, early, when we basically first got into Caldera, one of the earliest dungeons that we went into, we fought a monkey boss, a Caligray enemy, elder shaman, something like that, and we defeated it, and he gave us like a guitar thing. It was a weapon, technically, but I get the feeling that we can use it for that. So let's start making our way back to town. And we'll also, on our way over there, figure out where this specific little cave was so that we can check it out. We figure out where it is at the very least so that we can come back to it, because we're going to have to pull it out of our stash back at town. The monkey boss! Exactly, Unicyclic. That was actually a fun little fight. It was surprisingly more difficult than you would have expected for how predictable these Caligray enemies were. And it was a 2-on-1. Which in this game actually it means something. It's not like a standard RPG where once you pass a certain point, you're all powerful. If you're outnumbered by enemies, it is almost universally difficult in this game. And you have to be pretty careful. Alright, so I know it was over by the Vigil Pylon. I think we can just see the entrance above, like, where my head and backpack are right now. Let's go ahead, head over this way, and we'll figure out if this works. This is just a hunch. I could be completely wrong, but right now it's kind of our best lead. We're still in that weird, awkward spot in this storyline where we're just killing time. You know, we need to wait for our specialty buildings to be done upgrading, and then we need to start our last specialty building, which is going to be the Gladiator Arena. We have the rare material for that finally, but we need to wait the time, because once you place the blueprint down, your resources start to drain. So at the moment, I have a positive silver resource generation, and if I put it down, it's going to bring it pretty close to 0. Where am I going? Oh, over here. And really, I just want to give the game the most amount of time to build up my silver store. Make sure that I don't have to dump any more silver than I need to in this, because we've already been grinding so hard. We've been grinding so hard, chat. The point where it's a little frustrating. Yeah, Unicyclic says half the time you don't even have enough stamina to kill 2 things, let alone block and do crowd control, and that is absolutely correct. I mean, in that encounter alone, I needed to back off and either chug a stamina potion to get back up to full, or kite them for like 3 to 4 minutes just to wait for everything to get back up. Right, hold on 1 second, chat. I will be back in about 10 seconds. My cat is touching some wires he should not. Alright, sorry about that, chat. I am back. My cat almost unplugged my internet there. I think this is a little early. No, okay, this is the exact path that we want to go. So, perfect. For those just joining, we are heading back to town to pick up a weird guitar relic weapon that we picked up from a little mini-boss, actually probably about a week ago in the playthrough, so that we can hopefully unlock an additional area. We were over in the Oil Refinery little mini-dungeon, and there wasn't a whole lot we could do. So we're hoping that'll help us progress. It is technically a different entrance and a different dungeon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not connected. That's kind of the hope. We'll see what happens. We'll probably do a little bit of not crowd control, inventory management while we're in town as well. I think we did get a little bit of loot through our dive there. Alright, perfect. We are back in town. Take my junk, please, friend.
Can I help you?
I don't really actually have a whole lot of junk. Have it anyway. Good morning, Deku. Welcome back to the stream. Hope your weekend was well, and to answer your question, I am not a bitter old governor. Bitter, yes. Governor, no. So, close. Gargoyle Urn Shard. We don't really know what needs to be done with that. I'm going to be kind of annoyed if it exists purely to sell, but at the same time, they are rare enough and those enemies are hard enough to find. Of course you don't have enough silver. If I was paying attention, I would have saw that. Alright, well, their inventory did not refresh. Let's go dump these unidentified materials.
Oi! Over here! Let's see about those mineral samples. We owe you one.
And a bunch of clay and gravel here. Excellent building material, but not much else of note.
Now, what critters did you scrounge up for us? Excellent!
Okay, petrified organs is good. I don't think we have any real legitimate need for it at this point. We've used all the ones that we did need, which was like 2 or 3. It seems like a gargoyle got to those mole pigs. Some of their organs are petrified. We can't eat them, but those stone organs will come in handy.
Here's what we need. Get it done.
You got it, Evangeline.
So, what's on the agenda
to buy
today?
something, and by that I mean take my junk. Alright, take 2. Luckily, we didn't really pick up a whole lot. That should be good. 200 silver's 200 silver. Yeah, I agree that the silver limit is a little frustrating sometimes, Deku. I mean, it's relatively forgiving given how many merchants are everywhere, but it is still kind of obnoxious. Do I want to trade that out? Yeah, go sit there. Oh, I also want to drop off the rest of this stuff. And I think we're good from there. Perfect. Alright, so where is that guitar thingy? There it is. So it's called a fossilized great axe. Perhaps it could be repaired with some kind of Cali Gray magic. Okay, so this isn't going to be like a key that unlocks anything, but we will be able to make this stronger. So right now I have nothing better to do, and we're just waiting on our alchemist store over here to build up, so let's go ahead and do it. In fact, how long do we have on this? We're in phase 1 and we still have 9 days. Ugh, it's gonna be a while. Let's go ahead. I guess if we can kill 2 days, then we can wait the 7 out and finish construction on that. We've got a bit of silver, about 2,500 or so, roughly. If we need to dump some funds into town, we can, although obviously I would prefer not to. How many marathon potions do I have? Only 1. I'm gonna hold on to it for right now. Now, I wonder, is there an easy way to get over here? Can I go around this weird lava pit that we usually have to walk around? Kind of, actually. Oh, no, never mind. There's an invisible wall, because why wouldn't there be? Please, game, why? Why are you like this? Pretty sure I've complained about it every single stream, but I'm not gonna stop until I stop running into them, because I just always find it to be an extraordinarily frustrating mechanic. On some level, I do get it, that you need to stop people from going places you don't want them to, but at the same time, no, I don't want to stop walking. Hey, this is a different entrance. Okay. So for the Ark of the Exiled, there have been sections of this dungeon that we weren't able to go into. I get the feeling that because we entered it from someplace that wasn't the very bottom, this is going to be a different one. Oh, hell yeah, it is. Alright, and that gargoyle is obviously alive. The game did not do a very good job of, hiding that one. Let's go ahead and buff up, and we're going to beat the crap out of it, hopefully. Or it's going to beat the crap out of us, because they're real strong. No equipable weapon. You are absolutely correct, game. I think they do some mist damage, so let's go ahead and... never mind, we don't have any mana. Hey, good morning, Doom. Welcome back to the stream. Well, the agenda today is hopefully to not have my internet die. That is first and foremost. That's the ethereal damage that I was kind of referring to. Right. I have a 2-hit chain. I'm going to play this super safe. Then a long weekend. My gamer reflexes are at their max, though, because Mr. Popo would be proud. I downloaded Overwatch. My first time ever playing it, actually. Don't hit me. I will let you know once we kill this gargoyle what the general game plan is today. Don't hit me. Don't do it. You don't want to. This is not the most interesting way. Whoa, how did that miss? Okay, this is not the most interesting way. Holy crap. There's a flaming gargoyle in that room. Alright, well, now with no distractions. That's not the most interesting way to fight them, but it is certainly the safest. Those are pretty strong. I want to play it a little careful, because it's been a long weekend. Doom, the general game plan today is... We kind of need to wait time out. We're waiting for our alchemy store to be built up. And then at the very end of Thursday's stream last week, we got the materials that we needed to be able to build up the gladiator arena. Once we've got both of those ready, I think we should be okay to move to the next step of the main storyline. I don't know if this is going to be the end or if there's going to be one more stage after it. I get the feeling probably one more stage, but we'll see. It's going to be a while. We have a couple of weeks on all these construction projects, so really we're just exploring. I went and I think we found what we need to do to power up this fossilized great axe, so we're going to go see about doing that. But along the way, we got distracted because we found the other section of the Ark of the Exiled. Finally! I'm not going down there. I'm staying up here. Alright, so far nothing interesting. Please don't walk off. Nothing behind this bookcase. When you say the new progress time feature, are you referring to the wait 7 days option? Because remember, I haven't played Old Word, so I don't know what's technically different. If so, then yes, I do. But right now, we do have a bunch of other things that we need to explore, so I'm kind of just using it as an opportunity too. Alright, so the question is how many of these dumb gargoyles are going to come alive? Maybe this one, maybe the one back there. I'm still going to buff up. Unfortunately, our rage and our discipline are on cooldown. I think we should be able to handle that with potions. Let's see. Possessed and discipline. Perfect. Then one of these should give me a rage boon. Unless I put it away. This is... No, wait, that's my focus. That's not rage. Increases your weapon impact. Oh, so this gives... Yeah, Golem Elixir is what I wanted. Perfect. Knew it. Ow. Don't do it. No. Just like before. Want to be very careful. Whoa! I thought I was out of range for that one. If I die, this arc is gonna move, and I don't want it to. Oh, we can cheese it! There we go. Where's my backpack? There we are. Okay, so there's going to be, I think, one more strong gargoyle enemy. Hey! Glowing blue stone in the shape of a flawless hexagon? We've never seen that before. Alright, so our ice imbue is down. I'm going to want that to be up because this is very clearly a fire enemy. Well, actually, can I even get in here? Does not look like it. Caligrate, we already have that. Does not open from here. I swear if I have to pull that same lever, I already did. Oh, come on, game. Don't do this to me. Alright, so there's some really good loot and a really powerful weapon. Oh, yeah. Is that a sword? That is. That's like the same kind of sword that, what is his name? Duncan at town has. Alright, so there's clearly 3 tiers to this dungeon, and we need to find where to access the bottom one. So we know how to get to the top. We can get there from this entry point. We know how to get to the middle, which seems to be the normal entry point. We just need to be able to get down to the engine room now. There's likely going to be some other sort of lever or switch or something we can push to open up these, and then we're going to have to circle back around. So this is kind of like a weird puzzle, almost. First, gotta eat my jerky. Because my guy's corrupted, he's always hungry. Oh yeah, I understand that completely, Doom. Especially with how arduous and frustrating this section of the story is. If I ever do a future playthrough, I will 100% skip time as well. You know, I'll probably at least be better prepared and kind of farm before I come here. So I'll have all of my silver ready, I'll have all of the rare ingredients, or at least know better farming routes for them to do things a little bit more efficiently, hopefully. But for right now, I mean, all of these dungeons, all of these puzzles that are new, so I kind of want to run through them, see what they added for the storyline and all of the quests for this area. Just to experience what's here. Oh, maybe this is how I get over to the pylon. On Friday's stream, we were trying to get up here, and we could not. Friday or Thursdays, I don't recall specifically. Nice. First, give me my corn and my nanners. Give me all the fruit and vegetables, I guess. My character is the healthiest gent in Outward. Doesn't look like we can do very much here. There might be some kind of interaction, but at least we know how to get here, which is half the battle. Let's go ahead. I guess we'll head down here. And where we want to go is right here. Now, I'm calling it right now. This weapon that I'm going to build is not going to be even remotely useful for me, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, also, one other quick note that wasn't done in the intro. The death counter was actually off by 1. I did find that out when I was rewatching the VODs, so I went ahead and updated that to be correct. So it was 106 when we ended stream on Friday. It is now 107. I got distracted and didn't update it one time. Alright, these guys are respawned. There's a handful of enemies around here, but nothing too crazy. It's just these Caligreys. Yeah, we can also see that there's another one in the distance. They seem to almost, like, call for backup, weirdly. If it alerts the other enemies in the area. I don't know if I'm crazy on that. Oops, that was one more attack. Oh, God. Yep, he bonked me. That was my fault. 100% on me. That could have been very easily avoided, but I did not avoid it. And here we are. That is a pretty good point, Doom. There were a few resources that I just happened to have on hand because I had explored a little bit. And yeah, I can see that if you're just rushing through everything, it's probably kind of difficult to get the specific resources you need. And here we go, Gep saved us. Not even gonna read it because we've already we've experienced the Gep savior, I don't know, dozens of times at this point. Well, to be fair, he didn't come out of nowhere. I could very clearly see him in the distance. I got laser focused on the enemy in front of me, and yeah, that happened. Where's the pylon? That is, I think, the exact same entrance. Oh, there's the Vigil pylon. Oh wait, no, here's the Vigil pylon. What am I looking at? That must be just like a crystal thing. Oh no, that's a different one. I think that's the normal one that we're used to going to, and you go in through the pillar at the bottom. Right there is where it was before when we went in. You just ate something. My god. He's so whiny all the time. The question is how do we get down without dying? Ah, over here. Perfect. Yeah, I do kind of wish Gep had different notes as well. Doom. That seems like it would be something fairly easy to code in, like maybe just a different note per area, even. That seems like it's something that's relatively straightforward to code in, and would add a bit of flavor. Like, haha, I was wandering around the volcanoes and noticed you ran into some trouble. Saved you, friend. I don't know. Obviously more flowery and creative, but I don't think it would take too much, and it would have been a nice touch. So let's just head back over to where we were going before. This time, I promise I won't die. Alright, here we are. Oh, wrong side. Alright, well, we're back. We're ready for revenge. Let's get them. Well, first we should probably wait for our stamina. That would be the smart thing to do. Sure. I'll at least do an ice imbue. Doesn't really cost much here. Where do you think you're going? Come on. Oh crap, I'm out of stamina. Hit me. Do it. Just you wait. In 10 seconds, I'm gonna kill you so hard. What did I say? One hit. Oh wow, I didn't have enough stamina for that even, but it all worked out. Yeah, I know they added the weapon for him for this DLC, but at the same time, yeah, it would have been something so simple to do that would have just added a little bit of extra depth. Especially considering, like, if I didn't have chat telling me the significance of Gep, I never would have known. I don't know, it's kind of just a nice homage to him. You know that. I'll take all of these. You know what? Give me everything. Why not? We're heading back to town after this anyway. Gotta go drop our guitar off. Oh yeah, I know, Doom. It just makes it slowly tick down more. I could probably wait until I'm at about like 60% or something like that. But at the same time, once you get to the hungry threshold, I think that's where it starts affecting your stamina usage. Oh, don't do it! Oh, I can absolutely do it right now, you jerk. There we go. Alright. That is all of the enemies that we're aware of in this dungeon. It's a small one. Let's go ahead and hopefully see what this little node in the center of the room, right here, the swirly purple thing, does after I loot all these guys. Can't forget to get my loot. Alright, what happens? Lines of glowing white, yellow, and magenta energy spiral through the fossils of this Caligray altar, humming a repeating melody. If you had some ambient power yourself, and something that could mimic the melody it emits, perhaps you could use this for something. So do I have to equip it? Is that what's going on here? No. Well, that was my idea. I got nothing, chat. So maybe it has something to do with that ambient power that they mentioned. Possible that maybe we need like an extra enchanting ability or something for this area in order to empower it. Or maybe we just need to finish the main storyline here before it will let us. Who knows? Oh, okay. I see exactly what you're saying there, Doom. In fact, let's go ahead and check that. So we're at 78. Next time we eat, we'll check that. Honestly, maybe I'll buy some travel rations so I can go back to Berg or something and get some corruption potions. Because it is starting to get a little annoying, being honest. Alright, so let's head back to town at the very least first before we do anything. So if we travel back to Berg, that actually might be good for us, because it'll kill time. I also wonder, can we get into this little pipe thing here? It looks like we can. But I would have to go in, like, over the mountains on the other side. Alright, so over by the Vigil Pylon, there is the Outflow Pipe, yeah. That's apparently something that we can go to. We also know that when we went to the underside loading dock, there was like a secret entrance that we had no access to. We also need to re-explore this area over here. So there's plenty for us to do, but we are kind of running out of places to explore. Well, he's not almost, and just to your point before, Doom, he's not almost like a myth, he is a myth. You know, I don't think it's ever explained at all in the game whatsoever what he is. He just shows up and says, hey, saved your friend, goodbye. And that's that. Don't shoot me. Don't do it. We can also probably chase around the Ark of the Exiled if we want as well. I don't know if there's going to be like a visual cue for which possible entrance we want. Maybe one like this, because I could see that's someplace that it lands. Oh wait, no, never mind. I lied. That's a stairwell. Ignore me, chat. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, so I'm hungry. That means 70% food threshold, if I remember. 75%. Okay. And then eating the jerky, what does this do? 85. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm definitely not filling it up. When we get back to town, we just got some corn, so we can go ahead and make some popcorn, which is really good for being filling, I think. If I remember from the item description. Oh yeah, and I was supposed to be waiting for my stamina. Oops. I think once we're at half a bar of stamina, we should be okay. I can start sprinting again. Yeah, the corruption mechanic is just very frustrating in general. I do remember the trainer that we found in the Harmattan area. There were some really good skills based around it. And I know there were definitely a few chat members who wanted me to build into it, but it looks like you're 100% correct. It would be very frustrating to have to manage that all the time. Between being hungry, between having your resistances be absolutely negligible after a certain corruption level. Yeah, it wasn't something that seemed like it would have been a lot of fun for a first playthrough. I'd rather be able to focus on beating the crap out of enemies and learning the mechanics of the game than having to micromanage other systems, I guess, for lack of a better word. Let me guess, your inventory is not refreshed.
Can I help you?
Oh, it is. Perfect. We're good. I want to hold on to this. I get the feeling it's going to be mildly important. And then, oh, we can make 2 health potions. You sell Greasy Fern? No. But you do sell travel rations. Oh, we have Maze Mash. That's probably pretty good for our food consumption. I'm honestly just going to start selling these because we get so many of them. Alright, perfect. How much does this weigh? Not a whole lot. Alright, so we didn't really accomplish very much. We still don't know what to do with this great axe. I really, really think that it definitely is involved with that altar somehow, but we're missing some component that lets us interact with it. That's what it comes down to. I don't need this as long as I have a panacea. Also, really don't need that. Actually, give me that so that I can go check out the food storage guy. I'll just take it all, why not? We'll get some gold bars while we're at it. Okay, so we're in the process of upgrading this. We should have like 2 weeks or something. Yeah, still 2 weeks. Hey you, where'd you go? And this keeps happening. The merchant disappears and comes back. Oh, I might want a hint for the guitar thing. I get the feeling that it's like an endgame weapon that is probably going to be pretty involved. I'm not super interested in pursuing it necessarily. I just kind of figured since we had it, that might be what we have to do. I'm willing to bet that we have to go to... Again, we didn't explore the Caligray Isles, so maybe there's like some special area of that we go to. It charges up the axe, and then we have to bring it to the altar, and then the altar ascends it, or whatever it's called. That would make sense, that it's a 3-step quest. Do I want any of these? Not really, actually. I would far rather make crescent jam, or yellow jam, or whatever it's called. Golden jam. We're short 1 banana. Who's the real monkey all along? Let's buy out this guy's gold storage, I guess.
Can I help you?
And then we'll do the same for all of these vendors.
Oi! Over here!
Do I have samples?
Well,
no, I don't.
Let's get to
Okay.
work.
So, what are we working on today?
You have gold? You don't. You should, though. And this is the weapon that I'm talking about. We were definitely... It was some style like this that we found in the Ark.
How can I help you?
We don't have a whole lot of silver. That's
So,
kind of what we're waiting on.
What's on the agenda today?
Alright, that was not as much as I was hoping, but whatever. That'll work. I guess we should just go ahead and drop it off, and we'll see what happens from there. How much gold do we have? 21. That's not too bad. Drop, I guess, 2,200. We'll keep 500 on us just in case we run into, like, the traveling merchant or something. I'm gonna go ahead and drop all these off. I'm just gonna use a golem elixir if it ever comes down to it. These are good, but I only want 2 of them. Aim for that. Gonna need... Yeah, I found some smelly box. I don't really know what to do with it, though. Is that related to this quest line? Don't tell me more than that, other than a yes or a no to that answer, or to that question. Yeah, I got this from... It was just on the ground in, like, the totem trainer's hut. But I couldn't figure out or find anybody to interact with it. It's not related to this. Okay. I assume that this is related to some other endgame weapon quest that we're going to have to figure out. But for right now, it's not going to help us out. And let's get rid of 4 of these. Good enough. Sure. Why not? I have nothing better to do with them. Alright, let's go ahead. We'll sleep. We'll repair. 12 and 12. That's why not. And I guess the big question for whether we're going to go, we have 5 days on this. Yeah, let's go to Berg. I want to get rid of this corruption. I'm really annoyed with it at this point. 13, I don't know. Yeah, buy them all, why not? I have very little use for silver. We'll need it to build up our last 3 buildings, but honestly, I'm pretty sure we have enough at this point. We don't have a huge need for it. Oh yeah, this game doesn't tell you a damn thing. You have to kind of just stumble upon the answers or look it up. Alright. First things first, let's figure out where we're going. I'm going to take a marathon potion. We're going to zoom there. Right, so we want to go to the right of the sulfuric chimneys once we get to it. And that should be pretty straightforward. It also looks like there might be a second entrance to the underside loading docks that we might want to check out on our way back. And if I happen to find one of the loading or the stop areas for the airship, I might set up a tent outside of it and just kind of wait out to see how long it takes for it to show up. Only because I'm really interested in seeing what that bottom area is like. I'm kind of annoyed of just magically stumbling upon it at random points. We know we hit one lever, we just need to explore like another tier of that dungeon, and I don't know, there might be more even, who knows. But it seems like the only kind of dungeon that I have an idea about for how to do the secret part of it. Did I put the guitar away? I did, okay. Just making sure, chat. There's the sulfuric chimneys. Again, we want to go on the path to the right of it when everything forks. Also, speak of our traveling merchant friend. Alright, and this is definitely not a graphics glitch, because this has consistently been more on fire now. So either it was a glitch that it wasn't before, or we're definitely, like, empowering it as we move along with the storyline. Could be either. Who knows? Not really anything I can do for you. Goodbye for... Alright, sulfuric caverns are right here, so we want to go this way. Maybe? Hopefully I'm going on the right side of these. Kinda looks like I am. I don't really know. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So there's multiple entrances, because we found an entrance to the Enmerkar Forest at another section as well. So who knows? It could be... maybe there's another exit. I still get the feeling that it has to do with the underside loading docks. That's fine. I expected that. However, I don't want this to go bad. Munch on this, please. Oh, also. I know. Where are we? We are here. We just want to go straight north. Easy. Easy peasy. So you really like experimenting to find the Easter eggs and whatnot. See, that's where I think we're a little bit different, because, I mean, although I appreciate that the Easter eggs like that kind of zombies-esque system, I guess, was added, I'm not the type of person who's ever going to experiment and find them. Now, if I haven't played zombies since, like, the Kino days, to be fair. But, you know, I'm more interested in the gameplay loop than finding the little things. So I knew about a fair number of the Easter eggs and whatnot, but I don't know, it just feels frustrating and tiring to me to search for them or have a weird convoluted system so that you can upgrade a weapon or anything like that. I don't know. I know I'm definitely, like, in the minority of people with that opinion, for sure. Stay away from me, bee guys. Thank you. Alright, so here is the left bridge. We want to go to the right bridge. Oh, it's a giant. And I'm out of stamina as I run into the giant. Leave me alone, please. I'm just minding my business. You do the same. Yeah. Well, and for a game like a roguelite, kind of like Zombies is, I don't know if it's really appropriate to call it a roguelite, necessarily. It makes more sense to include those, whereas for something that's more expansive and story-driven and, frankly, more diverse, yeah, I think the situation is a little bit different. I don't necessarily think that it translates quite as well to this game. This will fill up while I'm here. I swear, if she does not have any Sanctifier potions, I'm going to have to, I don't know, go on a rampage and murder every NPC in town. I traveled across the world from a volcano for this. Come on, Faye.
How can I help you?
Hey, okay, we got one. That is all that matters. I think, so these give us 20% corruption resistance, or decrease. That should be good enough. Alright, we are no longer corrupted. I guess I also should probably drop off some of my stuff that's gonna rot when I head back to Caldera. Wait, no, not open. Equip. Weird system. Because I know it's not intended, but still weird. These are gonna go bad. I needed 5 to travel back. Go ahead, we'll drop 5 off. Leave that. Leave that. Why not leave that? Same here. Toxins have been cooked into the meat. I'm gonna let that go bad. Yeah, I'm gonna let those go bad too. Probably get some bread so that we can make another tartine. Leave that and that. And I think that's really about all we can do. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Let's get some bread, and now that we finally, after like a week, have gotten rid of our corruption, we'll go back to Caldera. I should probably buy some more of those potions,
Want
but
to
she
buy
only
something?
had 1, unfortunately. Wonder if I buy the Turnip Potage, if this is gonna last. We have the Mana Belly potion, so it's not that big of a deal. But I do like this just as some throwaway mana regen. I don't have to worry about it after I buff up. I don't know. We'll figure it out. While I'm here, let's get some gold bars, I guess. We're gonna be running back and forth from storage, I might as well. This, perfect. Alright, I can use this. Give me my rainbow tartine right now. I have no idea what this does. Barrier, mana regen, heat resist. Oh, this is good for mana regen? Never mind. Give me this. Give me this right now.
How can I help you?
Give me all of your gold. Thank you. You too. You have any more?
Want to buy something?
No. How about you?
How can I help you?
That's not too bad. We got 20 gold. How much do we have left? Oh, yeah, 16. That's not too bad. I wasn't really paying attention. Alright, so now we have 4,000 silver in gold ingots. That should be plenty to do what we need. And about 700, 650 in actual silver. That's perfect. Let's go ahead and head back to Caldera now. Don't worry about it, Doom. I'm also a slow typer. I know that life. In fact, on Twitch, I'm almost exclusively a permalurker. You know, up until recently, I only watched Twitch on my TV on, like, a PS4. And by the time I would be done typing a legitimate sentence and message in any stream from that stupid pop-up, like, console keyboard, chat would have, like, flown onto another topic and it wouldn't have made any sense. So I just gave up trying a long time ago. And I've committed to the permalurker life. Yeah, and I agree. If you're gonna make something super obscure and weird, you need to include some kind of lore to allow the player to figure it out. If the entire plan is to just kind of have people stumble upon it randomly, then it's poorly implemented. And I don't think I will budge on that opinion. You know, it should be made in a way where the player could absolutely randomly stumble on it, but it's unlikely. So they should be forced to read, critically analyze, maybe find some I don't know if it's like different clues, like you find one clue and it points you someplace, and then another one points you in another direction. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but if there's nothing built into the game to allow the player to actually figure it out for themselves, then I really don't agree that it's a good implementation. Am I going the right way? Maybe? Hopefully this is the right direction. I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Yeah, alright. Neat. Honestly, I don't even think in the years I've been watching Twitch it's ever crossed my mind to pull out my phone and watch the same stream on two separate devices just to chat. I don't know, maybe I'm just dumb. Alright, so now we are not corrupted anymore. We did it, chat, finally, after, I don't know, what feels like a year in game time. It's gone, it's done, it's over with. Let's go check and see if we can get to the underside loading docks in a different fashion. Also, ooh, maybe... Ah, stupid crab. Leave me alone, crab. What did I ever do to you? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. I have an idea. Okay, so this over here looks like it's an entrance to the underside of, like, this airship. But when it docks here, I think that's, like, the basement, and maybe that secret place opens up so I can get to it. Hold on, we're cooking with fire now, chat. What is this? That's iron? That didn't look like iron. I'll take it anyway. Alright, so I think if that's the case, what I'm gonna do... First, I want to confirm that. Yeah, alright, yep. It's literally on the direct opposite side. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... I'm going to set up a tent. And I think I'm gonna wait, like, 24 hours or something. Right here. And when it appears, we're going in. We're doing this. No. This is gonna take forever. I'm gonna use a bone tent so I'm not or I'm gonna use a plant tent so that I'm not wasting a bunch of resources. I think that's smarter here. How am I on repairing everything? Good enough. Alright, so we're just sleeping. Sleeping and on guard. Is it 12 and 12? Is that what it's going to be? Yep. Alright, 12 and 12 it is. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that. Alright. It's going to be boring for a few minutes, chat, but hopefully it's going to pay off. I think we finally figured out the gimmick of this airship. Alright, yeah, everything's going to rot. That's fine. I don't really care about that. Your hope is that 9 Dots uses the funding to refine and create a sequel. Yeah, I don't think there'll be a direct sequel, but you might get lucky with a spiritual successor. I think that is very much the case. Okay. Wow, that was easy, actually. That only took 2 days. Yeah, if they are planning it, they haven't made it clear. Yeah, I think it's more likely that it won't be 9 Dot Studio, but it might be another studio under the same publisher. I think 9 Dots is a very small dev company, and I'm not sure that they necessarily will have the resources to devote to multiple projects. Hey, yeah, so we can go into the Ark of the Exiled here. Let's really quickly kill off these dumb jellyfish. There's quite a few down here. Come on. All right. No, don't do it. Don't laser me. Ooh. But that doesn't really do very much stagger damage. Not to me, at least. Alright, that's 2 out of 3. I'm very happy that I found this as easily as I did. Oh wow, I think I took a very, very small amount of damage from that, interestingly enough. An Eldermadice. Alright, let's double check. Maybe this door will open now that the airship is docked here or something like that. And okay, take that as well. I don't know how mana regen interacts with burned mana. I wonder if it actually restores some. I don't know if that's ever been made clear. Not to me, at least. I'm gonna leave some of the junk here. Only because... Hey, a marathon potion! Always love to see it. Glowy spots on the floor. Well, it would help if I turned my lantern on. Welcome back to the stream, Cloud. Good to see you. What's the quality does seem okay, Unicyclic. On my end, I'm not seeing anything wrong. I've dropped a few frames since we've started, but not really a whole lot. I do see... So we've got some glowy bits. Got the secret door over there. Oh, I can hear... It's like I pushed a switch or something. There was a very small sound cue. I'm worried about keeping this going only because I'm gonna die to the poison. I don't want to chug a health potion. Oh, it was your phone? Okay, that's good to hear, especially given all the problems that we have had. So probably there might be like an order we have to press these in. When does this run out? Oh, it's already gone. I didn't want to have to do that, but that's fine. Let's try, so this. This. I did see this lit up. Alright, so there's a specific order you have to step on them in. This one. This one. Try this one. No. Alright. This one. This one. Still nothing over here. It's like every other time. Oh, there's one in the corner over here too. Okay. That's where that last one is. Now let's try this one, and then I imagine this is going to be the last one. Don't be enemies, please. Rusted Spear. Oh, that is what I'm talking about. That is exactly the kind of weapon that I can get behind. An ancient rusty spear, perhaps something dangerously acidic, could free it from the rust. Okay, so we don't know what that's referring to, but we'll have to see. Maybe it's a boss or something that we have to interact with. At the very least, let's get out of here. We do have the ability to go into the airship here, so maybe that might have something to do with it. Yeah, I think we're in the engine room finally. Alright, so for those who weren't here earlier in the stream, we kind of figured out the gimmick of the Ark of the Exiled, where you can enter different sections depending on where you go into it on the map. This is the third section that we've kind of figured out. Hopefully there's not anything too scary or crazy that kicks us out of here. That would be ideal. Oh, and it's the bottom side of those stupid things that don't work. They still don't work. Okay. What about this? No. Ah. Ah, you thought you could throw balls at me? I want to fight this direction because I know there's no enemies over here. Use my brace. There we go. Oh, I thought that would hit both of them. Nice. Ow. Not nice. Alright, we're good. No combat music. No anything. Hopefully that's the only enemies down here. Again, if we die, we get kicked out of this place. After struggling for so long, I don't want to do that. Do these go down? They do! Whoa! Okay, so we can use these elevators now. Oh no. I'm gonna have to wait for this to move to another section so that I can go up and get to the appropriate level at the right time, aren't I? That's... Ah, they're really gonna do that. I can feel it in my bones. Alright, there's a gargoyle. Let's loop around, make sure that the other side is safe. Also, I should stop running. Also, I'm gonna leave one up and one down just in case, so that I can get to them. That way, if we do have to enter from another section, we can kind of figure it out. So our brace is down, but our Simeon's Gambit is up. Let's buff up and let's beat the crap out of that gargoyle. Okay, and mana regen does not affect burned mana, as far as I can tell. I might not have the mana for this. Yep. Alright, that's fine. We just won't get hit. We are getting good here. We're not going to get hit. You want some? Oh, yeah, he does. Whoa! Okay, well, that hit me. Alright, be careful. We gotta get our stamina back. There we go. That's the punishable attack. I think we can get him before he hits us. Perfect. Alright, I don't see any other enemies, so I think we're safe down here for now. We did end up using our third breakthrough point. We went with the monk, the warrior monk. So we did get a bunch of stamina. And I'll read that block of text in just a second once I know that I'm very safe, Doom. Just give me a moment. Yeah, alright, I think we're good here. So now, the question is what did that unlock? So we've hit every possible switch. The elevators work. We've activated, I guess, the engine or something that we can see from the prison up there. What else is there to do? They do have 3 games in development. But yeah, they would have made some sort of announcement. Oh, where did you come from? Who do you think you are? Also, why are you injured? That's weird. Did he come down on this elevator? No. I don't like that at all. No, it's not a matter of it being getting away from you or it being bad at all. I'm just a slow reader, and I want to make sure I don't die. I don't want to die while I'm reading your message. Yeah, well, I think what it comes down to is they truly did not expect it to be as successful as it was, and they could probably make a game in a similar vein and style, but I don't think that they could really make an Outward 2 necessarily. So it would probably be a unique universe with different mechanics, but a lot of the same general gameplay flavor and elements. I'm willing to bet that it... Oh, crap. If it were the case that the direction that they would probably end up going. There we go. We got the stagger. This guy should go down pretty easy now. Alright, so we are back to the part of the arc that we know and love. But who knows? I mean, until they make an official announcement, really, we have no way of knowing. We'll have to find out. You know, I hope they continue to develop games, I can say that much. I've enjoyed myself, but my reservations are that I can see as the DLC went on, there wasn't a very clear direction. They didn't really know where they were going and what they were doing necessarily, and that has me a little bit worried. So, you know, there's always the possibility that the right person comes at the right time with the right idea and everything just works perfectly. But it's a different story to be able to pre-plan it and execute that in a different fashion. And I think that kind of might be where they might be struggling. All of this is absolute speculation. I have no idea, but that's my impression after playing, you know, 60 to 80 hours, however long I've put into this. Ow, I didn't want you to attack again. So now that we have unlocked that, let's see if there's anything different in this main level. I can see that that door up there that we couldn't get through before is still closed, but the one that we needed was kind of separating the rooms, and I can't really see, admittedly. Where did you come from? My god. These enemies come out of nowhere. Also, why am I taking unnecessary hits? Gotta be careful. Stamina low. Of course. Oh well, we got the switches. That's all that matters. It can kick us out anywhere it wants. I think what we need to do now is we need to find an entrance to get to the top section. Pain racks your body as you wake up from your injury. You are alone, but surely not safe. With clenched teeth, you manage to drag yourself outside to safety, where you fall unconscious again. Before I forget, let me increase the death counter. It is hours before you regain consciousness. You are beaten and bloody, but alive. You will wear these scars for quite some time. You curse your recklessness and vow to be more prepared for danger in the future. Alright, so it kicked us outside. Ooh, actually, this is exactly where we want to be. So this is where we were able to get into that top section. Just like before, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop a plant tent and we're going to just wait for it. Or do we want to go back to town first? Yeah, we have a few unidentified things. We have a bunch of loot to sell. Let's go back to town. Our inventory's kind of full. Alright, so we need to remember how to get back here. There is the Vigil Pylon. There is the volcano on the other side of this rock, I think. We should be able to get here pretty easily. Oh wow, we can get here really easily. We're actually very close to town. That's perfect. Wow, I never knew it was that easy. Like it, but I never knew. I wish I did. Now, I don't know if I want to have the spear on me always now, just in case. Or if we want to drop it off until we have a better idea of what that quest line is going to be to empower it.
Can I help you?
Get rid of all this junk. Also, you can have that, 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 and that, and that. These are gonna go bad. You can have them too. That works. Let's go ahead, let's get rid of our unidentified stuff, and then we'll drop
Oi,
everything in the
over
stash
here.
and head over and sleep.
Let's see about those minerals. Excellent!
We got an amethyst, geode. Again, we don't really need that anymore. We already, in fact, have one. Oh, what do we have in here? There's traces of some very rare minerals.
Now, what critters did you scrounge up for us? Excellent!
We already have ectoplasm, too. We have quite a few, actually. One poor runt was horribly sick and had to be put down. But it half turned into a ghost when I did. I'm sure Joseph will have some idea of what to do with this ectoplasm.
Here's what we need. Get it done.
Alright, so now we turned in 4 or 5 today. We've got to be getting pretty close to our next
Oi,
expedition.
Over here.
Question is
What are we working on today?
for our upgrades, what do we need? So for City Hall, we need diamond dust. We've never found that. We have no idea how to get it. For the Gladiator Arena, we need petrified organs and voltaic vines. We do have both of those. And for the Levantian alchemy upgrade, we need a blood root, which we also have as well. We might have already turned that in. I honestly don't remember. Then we already did the upgrade for the food store. Wherever it is. Yeah, communal garden. We turned that one in. Hey, oh, I think this is done. Alright, cool. We need 200 silver. Let's go ahead and start that so that can just kind of get moving along.
So, what's on the agenda today?
Neat. And I noticed we only need the rare material for starting it. We don't need it for any of the other steps, which is great. Alright, so this is going to be done in 10 days. That'll be nice, just to not have to worry about that building. Beyond that, we don't really have a whole lot else to put in here. Yeah, we're good on pretty much everything else. His Stoneflesh is good because that's basically the same thing as the Golem Elixir. Except instead of increasing our impact, it's defensive, increases our impact resistance. Kind of like that. Alright, let's double check on the status of this and maybe talk to the food guy if we can, just to see what he's got going on. And then we'll head back to that same area now that we've pushed all the switches. I want to see what we can do. Alright, fine. Never mind, we're not talking to him. We have a week to wait until this is done. Since we're going to drop another plant tent, let's also go ahead and take out a seed or two. Wherever they are. You're here somewhere. There we are. Neat. Okay, perfect. Hey, Fortified. Haven't seen your face in a while. Welcome back. Oh yeah, we are pretty far into the story at this point. We're working on what I hope is the very last section. We've got 3 specialized buildings, 1 upgraded one, and we're waiting for this to be done, and then we can build the gladiator arena. So hopefully life's been treating you well. Yeah, all I've learned so far is that the grind in this DLC is very, very real. It is quite intense. Oh, you've been working a lot of overtime? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it pays off for your wallet, at least. There's always a trade-off with overtime. Really comes down to whether you value your free time or you value your money. I don't know where you're at in life, and I hope it's beneficial for you, at least. Okay, I think if we just go over this ridge... Oh, no, one more. What we're doing right now, we've kind of figured out how the Ark of the Exiled dungeon around here works, and we are trying to hopefully get to the very end of it. We've been able to access all 3 tiers of it. We pushed all the levers that we know exist, and we're hoping that this is the very end. And we just need it to appear where we want it to. We're gonna be sleeping for a bit, chat. This kind of is beneficial. It helps us to finish the construction projects we have, and it helps us to hopefully finish this darn airship thingy. Oh, come on. There we go. Kept selecting the wrong one. Because I'm a dummy. You have a job that you enjoy and you're saving for a house? Hey, congratulations! And not everybody gets to be in that situation, so I'm really glad that you are. I'm also in the process of kind of saving for a house right now, but I'm still working on the former part of that. Finding a job that I like. In fact, I do want to apologize to everybody. I haven't been able to put as much work into the stream as I wanted over the weekend, because I've actually had a lot on my mind concerning that specific statement there. I'm trying to go back to school myself. Still nothing. Alright, we'll sleep all week if we have to, so help me. I don't know what the actual timing for when it moves to separate areas is. It might be random, it might be at set intervals, maybe it's like every 2 or 3 days or something like that. It could be a while, it could be tomorrow, who knows. We got lucky when we were over at the underside loading docks, for sure. Still nothing. Alright, so it's over there. It has been for 2 days. If it moves today, then the interval that it moves at is 3 days. Oh yeah, job market and housing market is definitely kind of ridiculous. I feel that very personally. One of these days it'll happen, just maybe not in the time scale that everybody would like. That's what it comes down to. I'm a patient man, so it's not so much of an issue for me. But I will certainly enjoy not having to rent anymore, that's for sure. Oh, and it never seemed to work for you? So I was able to find my way into the engine room. I found my way into the middle section, and then I found my way into, like, the top scaffolding area. Those seem to be the only sections that exist, as far as I can tell. Oh, wait, I didn't check. Alright, so it is still there. So that's 3 days that it's been hanging out. I know that I can get to an upper area where there was a locked door before, but we pushed a bunch of switches in the last section of the dungeon that we went to. Maybe that makes the difference, and that's kind of what I'm hoping here. I will check the quest step in just a second after this loading screen. No, my tartine! Oh well. Alright, so yeah, it's probably a week when it moves, which is obnoxious. If that's the case, we're probably going to want to wait and use the fast time travel option back in town. Right now, we are on Liberate the Sun. I don't know if that means something to you. I think it's quest step number 3 or 4 for the main storyline around here. So this will be checked off in a couple of days, and we'll be starting our last specialized building in a couple of days as well here. So we already have all the ingredients we need. Basically, we're just waiting on time to pass. Kind of. I don't know if necessarily explored. I just want to know that I'm done and that the gimmick of it is complete. If I leave it up to chance, I'm probably never going to figure it out. Yeah, I only really kind of just figured out the gimmick of this dungeon earlier this stream today. I'm trying to kind of rush it and figure out what it's all about. It looks like it's probably just going to give us another weapon that we can empower or something like that. And it's still over there. Unless it's like moving between different spots in the foreground. I know, this is gripping content, chat. The most interesting Outward playthrough you have ever seen. Depression simulator, sleeping simulator, whatever you want to call it. That's what we're doing here. Oh, you can never get it to move by manipulating time? Maybe that's what's happening. I've definitely slept for more than a week. I might have to go, like, in and out of a dungeon. This worked when we were at another section over by the underside loading docks. We only needed to sleep for, like, a day, though. So maybe it's because it's really far away, or... I really don't know. I'll give it a few more days, see if it moves, and if it doesn't, then... I don't know, we'll go back to town. Try to figure something out, because at that point, we're going to have a blueprint to place. And move the quest line along at the very least. Alright, we'll do one more. If this doesn't work, I'll call it quits. Alright, come on. Cross our fingers, chat. We got this. Show me an airship. Nope. Alright, well, that didn't work. I give up. Let's go back to town. It happens. I'm willing to bet that once we reload the Caldera main section area, it'll probably move around. But for right now, yeah, it's not working. Hopefully we don't have to run back to town, sleep for a day, and then go up and check it. That would be extraordinarily tedious, especially considering there's like a dozen different spots that it could be in. I think we just got really, really lucky the first time. That's kind of weird. Hopefully that doesn't happen here. Hey, the quest is done. Oh, and there's some gatherables? Interesting. Alrighty then. Oh wait, there's not gatherables. You jerk. Alright, what do you got?
Want to buy something?
Hell yeah, I do. Experimental alchemy at your service, Bary. Whether you need medicine or want something to explode in your enemy's face, I've got a remedy for what ails you. Alright, what's this guy got? Lots of potions. Oh, he's got a lot of recipes too. I love that. Okay, fire rag. Give me that. I'm just gonna have you give me everything I don't have. Oh, which is surprisingly only 2 things. Definitely all of these, please. Hey, okay, and this Hexa stone that we got from a gargoyle, he sells this, so it must be an alchemy thing. What about... Yeah, all my food rotted, didn't it? Yep, sure did. Speak of the Sanctifier potions. We can get those now, too. I love this. Yeah, this is great. Being able to buy these here instead of having to travel all the way across the universe for them. I will take that. Okay, well, with that being the case... Oh, wow, and the garden is done too. Let's go check that out. What I was gonna say is, with that being the case, I can now make 3 of these. We can drop down the gladiator arena if we really want. Nice. Okay, so we've got all sorts of gatherables that we don't have access to. Is this another stash? Oh no, it's just a chest. Whoa! it just gives me a bunch of food. Does this refresh? It has to. All chests refresh after like 7 days. So it just gives you free food. That's cool. What else you
Can I
got?
help you?
Greasy tea. Yep, I'll take that. And cured piberfish. Take that too. It does repopulate the food. Oh, hell yeah. I'll take that. I will take it frequently. We need some jerky, because we just used all of ours. I think we need 1 banana. And some bread, and we can make some more tartine. We have rainbow jam. That's good for our mana regen, because that's about to go bad. We need 1 more bread. 2 more bread, technically. And then I always forget what this does. Unparalleled benefits. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I will take it. I will take that. Well, actually, I don't even know if I want to use that just yet. Let's wait for this to go kind of bad. And then we'll come back. We just want 1 so that we can make some golden crescent jam. That's what we're looking for. Alright. Awesome. Yeah, this was a great buy. I already love it. I don't regret either of these buildings so far. Now that this is built, we can start this being upgraded. I wonder, hopefully it doesn't limit you on the number of buildings you can actually upgrade.
So, what are we working on today?
So Levantine Lab, we need a blood root. That requires a lot of money, wow. 8,000 in fact. How much do you have? Like nothing, I think.
So, what's on the agenda today?
Oh, wait, no, we slept forever. Oh, and we get so much now. This is so good. Our town is so set at the moment.
So, what are we working on today?
Let me... I don't think I have enough. I've got like 4,000 silver. They have like 1,500. And then I have 300. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough. Also, I don't need this anymore. Let's sell this off to somebody because we get a free one with the alchemy lab. Alright, have all of my money, like usual, game. Like usual. Do we have a blood root? We'll take vines. I don't know what this looks like. We should only have 1 if we do. We got Flowering Corruption, Flash Moss, Ectoplasm, Chromium Shards, Digested Mana Stone, Blood Root. Okay, yeah, we do. I'll take 1 of those. Yeah, I didn't know how good it was going to be, but I am very glad that I got it, Doom. It is definitely something that will pay off in dividends. Even more so now that I can make it more powerful. And I think I need to fill this. Not really, but I will since I'm here. And let's do some alchemy and then go do some cooking. Awesome. So that's good. I could have just put my cooking pot on the fire back there. I don't know why I didn't. And we want golden jam, golden tartine, and then I think we're good. Did I check the stock of the alchemy merchant, you mean, Doom? If that's the case, then yes, I did look. He's got a bunch of really useful things. Not 100% certain if it's anything, like, unique that I can't get anywhere else. I got all the recipes that I need. I've also, I mean, he's just got a bunch of potions that I need as well. This is the first tier of it, though. I don't know if there's a better version, but I can...
So, what are we working on today?
Either get the Levantine Lab or the Fletcher's Workshop. I don't really care about arrows and arrow crafting. I'm going to go for this. Only thing is it costs a lot of silver. I'm going to go ahead. Let's buy that. Here, take all of my money.
What's on the agenda today?
6,300. So we need to sleep for quite a bit, actually. They get 200 per day. If we sleep for a week, we should have the funds for this. Here, I want to help with construction.
So, what are we working on
There's
today?
not a single construction not a single construction project going on.
We're grateful to you.
But we're gonna do it anyway. 2 weeks? Yeah, no, I have 200 silver, so it should be only 7 days, hopefully. Maybe 8 days, I think. So yeah, if we need 1,600, so a week and then a day. Oh crap, I just did some cooking. Oh man. Alright. Wait, what? Whatever, that's fine. We need to buy some timber anyway. That kind of works out. I thought it said it was 8,000.
How can I help you?
Sure. Wait, it was 180, wasn't it? I wasn't really paying attention. I probably should have been. Oh, they get cheaper probably after you finish. Well, it would be smart to wait then, but I'm not going to. I am an impatient son of a gun. Alright, neat.
So, what are we working on today?
We can let that go. And then we can put the gladiator arena down eventually. And we should be good. I'm going to let my silver kind of come back a little bit. At 200 per day, that's going to come back actually pretty quickly. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what the Levantine Lab does either. It just says that it gives me some passive HP and damage upgrade, which I will take. How can I say no to that? Alright, and then yeah, in like, I don't know, 25 days. So basically once our alchemy store is done, we can slap down this, and I think we're good to go. Let me drop off my stuff here, and then we can progress the main quest line. But before we do, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. Just to get up, stretch, refill my water. Been going for about 2 hours now. I also encourage everybody in chat, if you haven't moved in a little while, to get up and do the same. I think this is a great time. Honestly, since we need time to pass, I'm not even going to pause it. We're just going to hang out here in town.
Can I help you?
And then after that, we will, I guess, head out and maybe chase down the airship. We, again, really don't have a whole lot to do. It's all gonna go bad, why not? I'm going to keep holding on to this just because, again, since I'm built for spears, I would like to find the way to upgrade this. I think I need to have it on my person for that to happen. But alright, chat. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you all for watching today. Like I said, I encourage you all to get up and get a drink of water, or stretch your legs if you haven't in a while. It's good for your health. And I will be back with you in 5 minutes. Alright, everybody. I am back with you. Let's go ahead and get everything moving along. So, just to double check, we did start this, and now we have 20 days of doing nothing before it will let us move forward with that. Hey, thank you, Fortified. Thanks for sticking around.
So, what are we working on today?
And I don't know if we want to put this down only because it's got the funds upkeep. I might want to hold off because we don't really have any money. We just used all of it. So
How can I help you?
5,000 silver. We need 4,000 more. Oh wow, yeah, exactly when the Alchemist Lab is done. This will give us enough funds to be able to continue. We're also going to need some timber. 4 per day with 20 is going to give us 80. That's definitely not enough. So we're going to have to hope that we get some timber from some unidentified resources, possibly. Let me see, just double check how much the Gladiator Arena costs.
So, what are we working on today?
And that needs, 60 timber. Never mind, we don't actually even need to worry at all. And 120 stone. We should
How
be
can I help
okay on
you?
that. Yeah, we're already okay on that. Awesome. So yeah, in 20 days we'll be good. Who do we talk to move this along? You? Alright, finally, we get to move along the main quest line again.
Good timing. I've thought our temperature control problem through, and there's only one option better than Joseph's.
You've seen the Ember Heart in the Eldest Brother's Basin, right? Oh, you mean that gigantic weird rock down near the bottom? Yeah, I've seen it.
It's the reason we've been able to make such effective use of the volcano over the centuries.
If we could somehow bring the Ember Heart here to New Sirocco, that would solve our temperature control problems completely. Moving it would take a whole lot of workers and some kind of metal wagon.
We don't have the time or resources to put something like that together. And I don't want to owe Sorobor Academy any more than I need to.
I have a different proposal. We can try asking the Djinn.
I need you to listen.
About 40 or so years back, when that moving metal ark crawled onto our shores with a hold full of Caligrays, there was a creature that called itself a Djinn at the helm. I still don't know where they all came from. It's no country I've ever heard of.
Well, let's get to work.
The Djinn is a strange creature, endowed with great strength and magic, as well as near total immunity to heat and smoke. If anyone can move the Ember Heart in a pinch like this, it's him. If he's the only shot we have, we've got to at least try, right?
Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. He gets real ornery anytime we've had to work anywhere near his oil refinery.
I doubt he'll cooperate. He only ever listened to the nobles and the Caligrays.
Huh. Give me a moment.
I agree that just demanding his help is likely to go poorly. He's close with the Caligrays, and our nobles captured and abused them the moment their vessel landed on our shores. He's got no love for humans.
I know the nobles had an arrangement with the Djinn.
He supposedly feels at home with oil and smoke. So if they gave him run of the refinery in exchange for access to oil, he worked with them even after they abused his allies like that?
They must have had some way to ensure he wouldn't go back on their deal.
Finding out what that is might give you some leverage against him. If you can find a noble and make him talk, that might improve our chances. Where in awry am I going to scrounge up on a noble?
Huh. Give me a moment.
The Caligrays. they've made sport of capturing any humans they come across and having them fight in their arena. And they have an especially great hatred for the nobles in particular. Now that those bastards have been flushed out into the wild,
Well, let's get to work.
try any place where the Caligrays would hold prisoners. Their arena, the mobile ark, anywhere they gather. With any luck, they'll have a noble somewhere. I wish I could be more specific, but this is all we've got to go on.
Oi! Over here!
Okay, so we know the gimmick of the ark. We know that there's a prison on the main level. We can check that out. We also know that the Caligray arena is over on the Caligray Isles. We did not explore it at the time. We were overburdened and low on resources, so we couldn't really, but we do know where it is. We can head over there as well. Luckily, we were already kind of working on the ark, so I think I kind of want to keep going with that. I'll double check to see what its location is now that we've waited. And if
Here's what we need.
find
done.
the correct spot, we find the correct spot. Otherwise, we'll just go in wherever we find it. I think that should be good. We'll wait the 20 days. Be able to build up our gladiator arena. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to have a building slot for it. But we'll have to see once we try to build it. The game might just get mad at us and tell us no. If that's the case, that's kind of a bummer, because that lets me buy some skills, as far as I understand it. Second. Take the tea bag out of my tea chat. There we go. Alright, back to running. So I don't see the airship on the horizon immediately. I really wish it showed you like on the actual map where it was. Especially if they're going to make it a part of the main quest line. That seems a little bit odd to me. Alright, yep, it is still in the exact same spot. Actually, no, I think it's closer. Yeah, let's head over to the the airship over by the refinery. We'll go in, we'll see if we can do anything different, and if not, we'll head over to the gladiator arena that they mentioned. Because that just gives us an excuse to explore something we already needed to anyway. Oh, nope, that's lava. We want to go a different way. Man, I really want to chug a marathon potion, but we only have the one. I'm gonna save it for when we're making a run back to town across the map. They gave us so many at some point. Don't shoot me. Thank you. I think this is probably gonna bring us to where we were before when we died, after we had already explored it. We could probably force it to move by dying while we're in it. Not 100% certain on that, but we might be able to. Let's check. I just want to make sure this is actually the underside loading docks. Yeah, it is. Alright, so let's go ahead and go down and head in through the bottom section just so that we can explore it. Oh, I'm stuck. Please, game. Why? Oh. Oh, man, this place. I'll count it on the death counter because we did. Now that we know that we can do that. That's obnoxious, though. Yep, here we go again, Cupid. You violently jerk awake, your mouth open in a silent scream of pain, wrapped up in the toxic tentacles of a Medice. It is only through pure luck that your agonized spasms dislodge you and spare you a painful death. You crawl out of the way, your chest full of the creature's paralyzing toxins. After hours teetering on the verge of unconsciousness again, you manage to pull yourself to your feet, barely able to breathe. We haven't gotten this death sequence before. We're still in the same general area, at least. I don't know. Is this the same spot? Oh, leave me alone. Yeah, this is the same spot. Oh, cool. So we lost literally nothing. I'll take it. Alright, cool. So we got exactly where we needed to. We just had to take a bit of a roundabout path. Also, Cupid, as a side note, I did start playing Metro over the weekend. I got about through the first 4 or 5 chapters of 2033. I'm quite enjoying it so far. I don't really know a whole lot about the game. At least not at this stage. I don't mean to rub salt in the wound, but I'm enjoying it so far. Admittedly, you have inspired me to play the game, so thank you for that. Yeah, it runs perfectly for me. I don't have any issues. Want that. That. And sure. Why not? Yeah, we've got the mana regen, so I'm actually going to do this. Oh, I thought I'd get him on the back step. Leave me alone! Perfect. Alright. Yeah, really, the way the storyline has been progressing, I just have more questions than answers at this point. But it's been fun. Nope. That probably would have killed me. Alright. Now we know there's going to be a few more of them. I might honestly want to double check to see if I have any small health potions. No. That's a shame. I thought this gave me mana regen. It doesn't look like that's the case, though. Yeah. This is supposed to give me mana regen, but I don't see that in my buff bar. Did I not eat this? Yeah, I must not have. Weird. Okay, so it reset the elevators. That makes sense. Our gargoyle friend is back. I want to make sure we take out all the minis before we go ahead and fight him. We also could do with some regen, because if we get hit once, we're just dead. Make sure that that's active. Alright, let's fight this guy. Oh, wow. What are you doing? Oh my god. He always follows the same ridiculous attack pattern. One time he... Oh my god. I am so bad at this game. We'll say I was reading chat on that one. It's not true, but we can say it. It gets better with the next games. That's good to hear, because yeah, I have no idea what's going on at this point. That's all I know. It'll be a long time before I get to the point when I have the answers, because I play through games pretty slowly. Alright, well, it moved. It dropped us off somewhere. We are... Oh, we're back at the main town. Yeah, I think this is bugged, unfortunately. It's only hanging out over here at the beginning now. It's literally, it's been like weeks and it has not moved. I don't know, maybe I hit like a quest trigger or something where I need to run through it and do something specific. I do not know. I want to try one more time just so that we can double check the prison. On the main level, there's not any of those gargoyles, so I don't think we need to worry too hard about me getting bopped again. Alright, there we go. Let's get our health and stamina and mana back. By the time we get over to the Ark, everything should be in tip-top shape. Yeah, we have died a lot in this game, or in this stream. Yep, I don't know if you were around. We just started that part of the quest. That was actually the reason why we were heading over here. Earlier in the stream, we figured out the gimmick of it, where you can kind of go in through either the bottom or the top. Well, we were trying to force it to move around the map so that we could get to a specific entrance, the top, through one of the scaffolding areas over by the main city, but, I mean, it's been like 3 weeks in-game time, and it hasn't moved. It's been in the same spot. So I don't know if it's bugged or if I hit a trigger where it's not going to move. I really don't know. No, we're going in right now. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe now that we've gotten to the point where we can move that quest forward, it hit a quest to trigger, so there's an NPC and it doesn't move. Ooh. All right. Well, there's a lot of dudes here. The party. Oh shoot. All right. I don't want to die. I'm gonna play this safe. No! No! Alright. Nice. Perfect. You're the weak one. You stay over there and you just leave me alone, alright? Hit me. Need to make sure that I keep this one between that one to block those little orbs. Oh, alright. I took a hit. That's fine. It was worth it. I don't remember what this debuff that he gave me is. It's gone anyway. Buff before I talk to the noble. Okay, thanks for the hint there. I'm gonna be getting to that point in just a second, so I'm just waiting for my stamina to come back. Don't mind me, just gonna run left and right a couple of times. Could take a stamina potion, but I want to wait. I want to save that for a difficult encounter. What are you doing? Alright, perfect. With the white ones dead, these blue ones are pretty easy. They're basically the exact same enemy, just weaker. Again, we have to kind of wait for our stamina to come back. I don't really want to waste a lot of resources on these little trash mobs. Oh, I only wanted to hit him once. Alright, we go. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 2 from down below. The 2 that hang out in this room. There's going to be another pair of an elder and a normal one in the next room. I'm just going to kind of wait for my health to regen a bit. I'll take that. Thank you. Go ahead, eat that as well. Oh, nice. I'll take that. I'm honestly probably going to use that. Alright, so now I think this is going to be a good test. We've never tried to use these elevators now that we unlocked everything. I don't know if it'll let me go in from the top if I don't enter from the bottom. Alright, noble guy. Hey. Oh wait, no, that's not a noble guy, that's ore. I'll take it anyway. Oh, there he is. Alright, my E is about to be off cooldown. Let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, so we learned from earlier in this quest line that talking to nobles doesn't lead to very good things. We tried to reason with them, and they just don't like anybody or anything, really is kind of what it seems like. Hey, Edward. What's up?
You, explorer, let me out of here this instant before these primitive animals return.
We just met, and I already dislike your attitude.
Oh, another ingrate who won't bow to authority. Perhaps we can make an exchange?
My riches for your freedom. Would that please you, brute? I want something from the Djinn. How did you enforce your deal with him?
The Djinn? You want to use it for something?
Why should I tell you such a valuable secret? So you don't want me to free you? You'd rather stay at the mercy of the Caligreys?
You thug. When those Caligray savages in this Ark first landed in the caldera, we captured some of them.
One of their elders was wearing a strange amulet. But no matter how hard we questioned them, we could extract no information. I mean, they don't speak our language. Of course that wouldn't work.
After much effort, one of our mages determined that it holds an anchoring spell.
Even a non-mage holding it aloft and invoking it will prevent the Djinn from fleeing or turning invisible. It can be used to hold him in place so he can be disciplined.
We made a deal. The Djinn has ownership of the refinery, and the Caligreys he swore brotherhood to were set free.
In exchange, he extracts oil for us. Any attempt to betray that deal would result in us using the amulet against him. And you're sure that it works? Have you ever tried to use it?
Of course we did. Regretfully, none of our people was strong enough to bring him to heal in an environment where he naturally thrives.
So we were at a stalemate. All we could do is irritate him with the amulet. Our agreement holds, but just barely. And where's the amulet now?
I'm wearing it. I was on my way to try to speak with the Djinn before I was ambushed.
Before he read that, I was informed that we should make use of him. Having the Djinn at our command would turn our desperate situation around and let us bring those spoiled rebels to heel. I'll be taking it then. I need the Djinn to move the Emberheart to the new settlement.
You want to use it? To move the Emberheart to that quarry where those murderers are squatting? How could you side with them?
They're murderers and thugs, the whole lot of them. If they had just done as they were told, none of this would have happened. You know, I really wanted to be sympathetic, but you're making it real hard, Edward.
Just wait until I get out of these chains.
I accidentally selected option 1. Let the record show that was not my intention. Father and I will see to it that your head rolls along with those 3 murderous insurgents.
Wait! Mistress, I'm sorry. Don't!
Oh god! Yeah, my buffs ran out. God, I hate these things. Alright, can I give you... Oh, crap. I tried to flash step him, but my discipline boon ran out. Well, I don't need to imagine anything, QP. My buffs did run out. I wonder if that impacts the actual quest at all. The pain racks your body as you wake up from your injury. You are alone, but surely not safe. With clenched teeth, you manage to drag yourself outside to safety, where you fall unconscious again. It's hours again before you regain consciousness. You are beaten and bloody, but alive. You will wear these scars for quite some time. You curse your recklessness and vow to be more prepared for danger in the future. Yep, right on time, unicyclic. Oh, it's not here. Alright, now the question is do I have the amulet in my inventory? I can prevent the Djinn from fleeing when defeated. Do we have... We don't have anything that's actually in our inventory for it. I wonder if it's just a quest? A part of it? Yeah, I can now prevent the Djinn. I think we're okay with that. Yep. Always calculate the fact that I'm a slow reader. You're asking for trouble if you don't. I think we should be alright. I'll just take some water. And we'll take a mana potion if we need to. I don't really want to just munch on the jam. I was not expecting it to be an emissary. That really caught me by surprise. I thought it would just be us fighting him as a noble. In fact, why did he turn into an emissary to begin with? It doesn't make any sense. Maybe the Djinn knew that he didn't have the amulet on him or something. But then if that's the case, why doesn't it just attack you when you get in? So I'm assuming the Djinn is also that, like, fire gargoyle thing that we saw when we were in the upper parts of the airship. We go around, we should be able to. Well, as far as we know, there's only one section that we haven't been able to get to. It's behind, like, a cage, basically. We've explored, as far as we know, again, all specific parts of the airship. So hopefully a lot of time didn't pass and I don't have to re-clear this. That would be super. Oh yeah, that is great. So yeah, if we... Where is it? I think it's over here. You can kind of see it, sort of. Oh wait, no, I have to come over here. So in that little cell up there, we saw that there's a gargoyle that's cloaked in fire. But we couldn't get to it. That's all we know. In fact, I want to go see if this stupid emissary, nice, I'll take that, yoink, is still here. Because sometimes they just give us some rare materials. No, okay, that was a one-time deal. That's kind of a bummer. I was hoping there would just be like an emissary spawn here now. Whoa, and why is the gargoyle in the middle of the hallway? Curiouser and curiouser. There should be some enemies here. At least I think. Oh god, yes, there are. No! I have nothing to do. Hit me. I'm okay with using cooldowns on you. Alright, now I wonder if we need to, like, hit this switch again now that we got the rest of this place. No, we don't. So yeah, at this stage, we just need to get to a point where... Where's my backpack? We need to get to a point where there is... I guess... access to the upper reaches. Hopefully it's not bugged anymore and it actually moves. Let's go back to Plan A from about an hour ago. We're gonna head over to the scaffolding section and sleep for a billion years. Follow the quest. There's a unique weapon. Is it like a greatsword weapon? Because we could kind of see that through the prison bars. And I guess we're going to go back to the oil refinery as well. Everything's coming full circle this stream. Kind of weird. This is exactly where we started before my internet died on Friday. Ah, shoot. We have to clear this place out again. Wait for this to be up. Our buff is still up, but oh crap. Oops. Come on, do something. Oh, tracking on that one was weird. Alright, perfect. So there's one over there. There's gonna be a bunch of jellyfish if we go this way. There's also a gargoyle that we know we have to take out, so I'm trying not to use cooldowns. There also might be some hippos. Oh, crap. Oh, you thought. Okay, so yeah, I've done all the prerequisites then. I've hit all of the levers possible, if those are the only ones that you need to do. I just need I need it to be in the spot that I want it to be in. That's all. Let's take some of that, and come on. One of you come around the corner. Alright, you're not going to do that? I will just stab you then. Please? Oh, he hit me before he got staggered. No! Damn it! Have done that. Alright, we're gonna go around here. We're gonna do this real quick and hope we don't die. Worked. Ow. Didn't work. Sort of. We didn't die, I guess. Okay, it sounds interesting, but I'm not a big fan of hammers in general. How long is this gonna last? Quite a while. Quite a while, in fact. That's fine. I think that's the end of enemies that do any kind of lightning damage to us. We don't really need to worry too hard. We'll eat this, though. That's perfect timing. Restore a very small amount of burnt health. And then how are we on our health recovery? Not great. Same for the water. let's let that run out, and then we will engage with the gargoyle. So there was like a lever that we couldn't use over here. Maybe now that the Ark is here, that'll make a difference. That's kind of why I came in here. There's a lot of resources that we've been able to get. We don't really need them nowadays, but I'll take it. Alright, we're gonna wait out the 30 seconds. In the meantime, let's go ahead and buff up. And then, yeah, go ahead, eat that. Same with that. Alright, and we are good. Over here. Ow. The timing on that's really weird. Go, 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 go! Don't hit me. You won't. You will, but I don't want you to. Fighting these guys in a hallway is really scary. Alright, perfect. Where is my thing? Here we are. No, I haven't been to the outflow just yet. I noticed it when we were on our way back to town earlier in the stream, but I haven't had a chance to go over to it. We've had too many other things that we were busy with. Yeah, we still can't do anything with this, annoyingly. That's a shame. Maybe I'm gonna check the main area. There's just some weak jellyfish enemies. The Medices. I guess we will have to just double check really quickly, make sure that there's not anything fancy that we can do. Don't hit me. Thank you. Alright, should be... Yeah, so we can see there's definitely a Caligray over there, but we don't know how to get over there. That's the thing. I kind of get the feeling that all of these oil areas are connected. But we don't have a good idea of how. Ow. Stop. I'm trying to stab you. Just cooperate. Oh, still not gonna let me in there. Let's check this. I don't remember if I did when I was over here before. Nope, sure didn't. So the lever could be blocked because I already pulled it. The lower to the golden lava level. I don't think I've gotten down there, no. That's the thing. Unless it happened at the very, very end of stream on Friday and I don't remember, which is possible. It's very possible. Yeah, there was a lot going on, and that was basically right before we had to kill the feed. I just don't know. I don't think that's the case. I think it's more likely that it has to do with the outflow that you mentioned. I just need to remember how to get over there. There's the oil refinery, which is where we're at, and we want to go to the outflow, which is going to be to the west? No, that doesn't make any sense. The east-ish? I don't know. We need to go over kind of towards the Vigil Pylon. I'm going to use that as a reference then. I think I'm all turned around right now. Maybe this is it? No. There is the Vigil Pylon. Go ahead, let's fall down really quickly after I check these oil things. Thick oil. So we ran through this area a bunch of times. This will get us over towards, like, the whatever it's called. There we go. Perfect. We got a green beetle. That's why I'm getting those. This will get us over towards the, whatever it's... I forget the name. The underside loading docks. Oh, it's a lot further towards the pylon. Okay. Maybe that's what I'm missing. I know I need to take a very specific route to get there because of the way the mountains were shaped. That's all I really remember. Oh yeah, here we are. So we'll just check this place really quickly before we start farming a little bit. Where is that? Get out of my inventory, please. Same for you. Alright, let's see what we can do from this side. Maybe if we're lucky, we can do a bunch more. I get the feeling that this is probably not going to pay off. But a man can dream. A man can dream. Oh, this is definitely a bigger area. Alright, hippo friends. Alright, these are fire elements, so let's go ahead and buff up appropriately. Ow. Whoa, okay, these things hit hard. I don't think I've ever actually been hit by them. Wait, actually, yeah, I have. They don't hit hard. What am I doing? I just haven't let them live long enough to see their attack pattern. We can find some salt. We can do something with that. I do need some more jerky right now. This gives me health regen. How long do I have on this? 2 minutes. Alright. Battered maize mash. Okay, we actually just learned the recipe for that, I think. That's actually pretty good. Ah, you can lower the oil. Gotcha. That's the gimmick of this place. Alright. Well, I'll find it. It'll show up soon enough, now that I'm in the right spot at least. We're gonna start running out of inventory space, though. Oh, cool. It's fighting a Caligray. I'm gonna let them duke it out. I'll fight the winner. They're actually doing fairly well. Yeah, that fire breath and the burn is gonna do a lot of work. No! There we go. Oh, and I think we're on the other side of where we just were. Oh my god, that was like a pixel out of range on my counter. That's so frustrating. There's been a lot of dungeons like that in this general area. Yeah, there's been quite a few, Cupid. You fade in and out of consciousness, trying to drag yourself to safety. Your throbbing brain does not recognize your surroundings. Finally, you pass out, unable to go any further. When at last you awaken, you realize with horror that you have dragged yourself deeper into this dangerous place. You may be in more danger now than before you collapse. Good, that's where I was going anyway. Oh, I was right here. I literally just looted this place. In fact, where's the maze mash? Now I can eat this. Alright, how long does this last? That's basically just jerky. Alright, cool. So now let's go beat this guy up. Oh, also, why did you get teleported back here? Let me steal your stuff quick. Alright, I have mana regen going right now, so I'm just gonna buff up for real. I'm not going to do focus or enrage. Not really much of a reason to. Oh, this guy's mad. He's also just going to take this. This is one of your favorite quests? Are you referring to the story quest we're working on, or the refinery section that we're working on right now, Doom? It's definitely a cool quest. Oh yeah, look at that! Like Cupid said, you can we can now go in all the areas that weren't accessible. Well, that's kind of neat. Hopefully I don't have to go all the way around to the other section just to get to that lever that we couldn't go to. Yeah, and we're on the opposite side now. Oh, that's so cool. And I doubt there's going to be enemies because this was literally boiling oil a second ago. Alright, well, I appreciate you stopping by, Cupid. I will call upon you if I need you. Oh, this guy fell into the oil. Not having a good day. Alright, I assume now that we hit both of those, now we can go back. Shoot. Okay, yeah, we have to go all the way around. Now that we've hit both of those little switches, I'm willing to bet that the one that we couldn't interact with before now is capable of being interacted with. Oh, we also didn't go down here. Oh god. Nope. 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 Alright, so we have mana and health regen for a while. Our discipline is gonna run out in a second, so let's give it, so it's the same thing with our frost imbue. Let's wait a moment. Rage. Need a mist boon for this guy. And then how about our discipline? Awesome. That expired. Let's go ahead and get that back. Alright, now I'm ready to beat you up. Big stone jerk. Oh no, this is the worst possible time that could have happened. I do no damage. I shouldn't have done that. Well, it happened. I really need to get used to rolling into that, but I have a hard time telling the difference between when he's pulling out his mace and his sword. Alright, perfect. We are going to definitely repair our spear. I think we're done with this area, though. Oh, weird. There's like a workbench. Wonder how they got back here with all the oil beforehand. Alright, so that's this pipe done. We hold 2 other switches. Where am I going? There's no way to get over there, so I'm gonna say we definitely have to go all the way back. Really not anything else we can do over here. Before we do, just so that I don't have to come back, I'm going to double check everything to make sure, because there was a section over here that we couldn't get to. Aha! Yep. Ah, shoot, our tor crab friend. Alright. Plant tent and sleep then. No worries, Doom. Yeah, we're working on the section of the main quest line where it wants us to kidnap a noble. We found them in the Ark of the Exile, and we're kind of just trying to figure out how to get back to the section of the Ark that we want to go to. But first we got distracted and we went over here because it was close. And really for no other reason. Alright, perfect. Alright, I don't even care what you think, chat. I'm buffing up for real to fight this stupid crab. Because I hate them so much. I hate them so much. Alright, there is only one crab. Good. Ow. Nope, I'm zerging it. Alright, so there's some Medices over there in the distance. I saw them pop in and out. Hey, always love a green beetle. Free marathon potion. Alright, so it looks like we need to set up 2 auto mod rules. One for snails and one for crabs. Where am I? Oh, there's like a weapon over there. Okay. I'm not dropping down yet. That looks like there's going to be like a boss encounter or something. Area of no return is never a good sign. Oh wait, no, I can get back up. That's fine. Weren't you supposed to be lurking or something, Cupie? Hey, yeah, a ruined halberd. Oh, I'm so overweight, though. Let me get all I can from here. But yeah, let's loot all of this quickly, then we'll drop what we don't need. Of course my pick is badly damaged. There we go. I'm joking. You know I'm joking. Oh, you're slowly making your way out of here, because you're the snail. That makes a lot more sense. That makes so much more sense. Alright. I should probably take that recipe, because I think it sells for a bit, but I have way too much junk right now. Do we still have our mana regen? Hey, welcome to the stream, Mr. Mondo Macho. Yes, this is the Caldera area. The dungeon that we're in at the moment is called the Oily Refinery Outflow Pipe. Oh no. Alright, so there's another gargoyle over there. And, and this leads us to like a little boss or mini boss. Shoot, what do we want to do? I guess let's clear out the gargoyle. This is dangerous, though. My skills are still on cooldown. Shoot. Those are good. First, let's get rid of this. We don't need it. Same for the iron, wherever that is. Yeah. Not going to do a whole lot, but that'll help a bit. All these unidentified samples are not helping our inventory space at the moment. That's actually not too bad in terms of our weight. Oh, this is the one DLC you didn't get? Nice. You put over 100 hours in? I think I'm getting close to that. My playthrough must be somewhere between 70 and 80 at this point, I'm willing to bet. So it's definitely, it's a good DLC. It's a little bit different from the rest of the game, so just be prepared if you do end up getting it. It gets a lot grindier than other parts of the game. There's like a city building aspect that's time gated. Just be prepared to spend a lot of time and resources to work through the main quest line. I think, you know, I've been taking my time, full disclosure, but I've been working on this DLC for the last week or so. Alright. How are our skills doing? We're still waiting. It's going to be a couple of minutes before we can get those up. I guess let's just go ahead. Let's fight this guy. We were able to take out the other one, and I can use potions. I think we have a stone flesh. Yeah, that would be a really cool element as well, but we've had this discussion quite a few times in this channel. I don't think they're really going to build an Outward 2. I think the best you'll get is like a spiritual successor. Something that uses a lot of similar mechanics, but is kind of its own world and kind of a separate storyline. The build I'm running right now is Kazite Spellblade, Warrior Monk, and Mercenary. I just run around, my equipment is enchanted with lightning damage, and I just stab people with the Whirling Spear. It works out pretty well for me. I'll hover over this for a second. And then, yeah, I don't have any enchantments on this, but these are my general stats. Definitely not the best build in the world, but this is my very first playthrough, so I'm still kind of learning as I'm going. Alright, so I don't think we have much more time to kill. Let's go ahead and just do it. Get it over with. I've got my counters up, so that's not that big of a deal. Not enough mana. I appreciate that, Cloud. It's nice of you to say that. Alright, so now we just need some health regen, some... Might as well throw a mana belly on. And where's our stamina? Oh, shoot. I used it all, but oh well. Waterworks. Let's do it. Wait, did I not do my ice imbue? Or did it bug? Yeah, it bugged out. That happens sometimes. Or there's like an unnamed mechanic I don't understand. You. Hit me. Do it. You won't. Things are just so tanky. Oh crap, and the jellyfish are coming now. I gotta run. Hopefully they'll fight each other a little bit. I can't run too far because he'll start to regen. Come on. Oh, it did hit it. Yeah, oh wow, that did so much damage to it. Alright, and I have no stamina. Run! wonder if this is like a fancy one or if they're weak to whatever element that this thing uses. I don't know what color the yellow element is supposed to be that they do. That did so much damage to it. It might just be that these things are super resistant to physical damage. I'm willing to bet that's probably the case. Alright, that should be enough. You get the stab. And I can just Zerg you down. There's nothing you can do about it. Alright, perfect. That was not great, but we didn't die. That's all that matters. Makes you want to try a Whirling Spear. It's definitely fun. I don't know if you've been around for the conversations, but it's really forgiving. Yeah, because you can keep yourself at a middle distance, and as long as you are like a Dark Souls player like I was, you can dodge, and once you get the feeling for the iframes, it actually gets pretty straightforward and easy. It's just a matter of... sometimes the engagements probably take a little bit longer than if you were using some other builds. Oh, and these guys came over because I drained this. Because I'm a dummy. That's fine. Alright, so I think this is probably going to be the last section. We got the key. There's a locked gate, which looks like it's going towards like a boss or something of the sort. I think things are about to get real in a minute here. Oh, nice. There's another key. And that really wasn't worth it. But I'll take those. Why not? I'm already overburdened. What's a little bit more? Alright, what weighs a lot that we can get rid of? That. Kind of want to hold on to these. They're worth a fair bit. What about these? Yeah, these can go too. These aren't worth enough. Get out of my inventory. I think that's probably about the best we're gonna do. Do we have any salt? No, we don't. If we had some wood, we could make some health potions, which would be super great right now. I think I have one of these in inventory. I'm gonna drop it. I'm trying to hold on to the... Oh, what is that? Oh, those are the alchemy sets when I dropped them on the ground. They look ridiculous. I'm trying to hold on to the militia spears only because it's used for upper level crafting recipes, so if I wanted to try them out. Alright. I probably should buff up, but I'm not going to. Wait, what? Please? Okay. Well, I can't go in anyway. I assume this is related to some kind of quest. I don't know. Let's circle back and see if we can activate that one switch we missed on our way in. Yeah, and I did get the ruined halberd as well. We've actually gotten a fair number of items. I've also got the rusted spear here as well. We got a fair number of those items that you mentioned in the past that you can ascend, so to speak. I forget what the exact process is called. Alright, so let's circle around. Luckily, we can get back to this area pretty quickly. from the other section now that the oil's been drained out. Awaken, gotcha. I knew it was something with an A. Alright, so let's loop back around. Oh no! Wait. Is that where we need it to be? That might be. Shoot. Okay. I'm gonna do this real quick. I think we gotta go to the airship because it's in like the perfect spot that we're looking for at the moment. Also like this. Thank you. That's not the beetle I want. I want the green one so I can make as many marathon potions as I can hold. That is my dream at the moment. Yep, if only. I assume that's a veiled hint, but I'm not familiar with the person that I need to find in order to fix it up. If it's like a spider thing, we sure have not met it yet. Alright, so we came over here. There was one switch that we couldn't really get to before that I'm thinking maybe we might be able to now. I'm just going to double check it quick. Oh, it also looks like I might be able to go to an area over there. Oh, doesn't move. Annoyingly. Wonder, how do I get over there? Wonder, oh, wait. We have a key that we haven't used. And there was a door over here that was locked. Nice. Okay, so maybe this will work. Let's swap this out. We're running kind of low on resources. We're going to have to go back to town soon. Yeah, okay. Alright. I see what you did there, game. Please don't ambush me. That's all I ask. Oh, this just gives me a chest. Meh. A smoke shield sounds interesting. Alright, so we don't know what to do. We have to come back. Oh, yikes. We're gonna have to come back at some point when we know what to do with that weird, like, ornate amulet door that it won't let us go through. It's weird that it lets us enter, or it gives us the option to enter and then it just turns us away. I think we probably need to have, like, a specific item in our inventory or something of the sort before it's gonna let us go through. But we'll have to wait and see. So perfect. What we're going to do, let's head over towards where the airship is now, just to double check its location. I can use my marathon potion, luckily. And how overweight are we? Not that bad at all. And I'm using this because we have a bunch more to make. I can make 4. Every one of those green beetles gives me a free 10% movement speed buff for a couple of minutes. No, I think the ship is over in a spot that's not quite very useful for us, unfortunately. Let's go drop all of our stuff off at our stash, and then... I don't know, I guess we're gonna have to progress the storyline, get it to the next step. Oh. Here, eat this. I don't actually want any of this. I thought this would let me go through it. Leave me alone, crab. We have an understanding. I leave you alone, you leave me alone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is in the spot where we can get to the main level, but not the top level. That doesn't do us very much good. I also wonder how much time has passed. We have 20 days on our construction project right now, and also 20 days before we can start the next one because of our resource availability. Maybe a little bit sooner if we pump some silver into it, but I really don't want to pump any more silver into projects. You predicted 188 deaths. I need to get on that. That sounds like a you problem, Deku. That doesn't sound like a Bary problem. Just because you got yourself a specific spot on the gambling square doesn't mean I'm gonna fix it for you. This is an ethical stream. We kill NPCs, but we do it fairly. I don't know, what's in it for me? Said this is an ethical stream, but that's only a front. I will accept bribes. The price is $1 billion. I think you've already given up your position there. You have, in the past, told me information that will help with both of those. I know we need to go to a specific unknown area to get the weird gibberish spear. And then whatever else I have to do with this rusted spear here.
Can I help you?
Please buy my junk. Yeah, I'm working on it. Maybe they might be worth checking out. I get the feeling, though, that we'll probably spend a little bit too much time once I start doing them, so I'm trying to avoid it until after we're done with the storyline at the very least, since it's timed. Still overweight? Yikes. Okay, let's go drop this off then. Actually, wait, no. We have some samples for you.
Oi, over. Let's see about those mineral samples. Wonderful news!
Okay. Oh, what do we have in here? There's traces of some very rare minerals.
Thank you.
And a bunch of clay and gravel here. Excellent building material. But not much else of note.
So, there's some plant samples to look at. Excellent.
Timber and bloodroot, I'll take it. Well, a pleasant surprise. There's some special materials growing in those spots. Where'd you find these?
Thank you.
The samples you brought back hint that there's a huge root network in that area. Several trees worth, I think.
Well, let's get to work.
Alright, so we got some resources, we got some other stuff. How long do you have? We were gone for 4 days. Not too bad. And what else can we drop off? That. Drop off 2 of those, because elemental attack buff is always cool. Have that. 1 immunity potion. And I guess I'm going to drop that off as well. We'll figure out what we got to do with that later on. And I think that's okay. Let's make some jerky while we're here, because we have to do some cooking. We have 5 meat, so we need 4 salt. Then I wonder, for the turnip potage thing, do we just need... Oh, nice. We just need a little bit of salt. Okay, let's take out 1 more salt then. Is that the only one? Awesome, it is. Marathon potion for days. Love it. All right. Perfect. Now some cooking. Permit potage. Nice. Okay. And that's all we want. Let's go this way first. How many of these do we have in our stash? Not very many. We have 3. Only what I just put in. Okay. Right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Wonder, this should not have refreshed. I think it's gonna be a couple of days still. Oh, nice. Never mind. Oh, I love that. Unparalleled. That's just free stamina and mana regen. I will take that. This was a great choice. I love all of this.
Can I help you?
Rainbow Jam. Do we have any tartine for that? We do. We have 2. We have the potage as well, so we don't need to worry too hard. Hey, Six. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. Oh, whoa. We have 5 tor crab meat now? What does the recipe look like for that? Tor crab jerky is 2 salt still. Okay. Yeah, let's make some of that as well. Now, how was your weekend, Six? Hopefully it was good. I promise we're not about to head to break again. We made quite a bit of progress. We're just about to hopefully finish up the last or second to last section of the storyline for this area, possibly. Where's my salt? Where'd it go? I'm actually starting to run out. I might need to buy some. Awesome. Okay. Wait. My cooking pot. I'm actually gonna buy some salt while we're here and I'm thinking about it. Not that big of a deal.
Can I help you?
Also super cheap. Wow. And then we just need to sleep, and we're gonna go chasing the airship. Actually, no, we don't need to sleep, because we're gonna sleep when we get to the airship area. Hey, congratulations, Fortified. How big of an upgrade is it? I don't remember. Somebody was mentioning that their monitor broke when they moved. Was that you? Must have been like last week or the week before. And we're gonna do just like before. Oh wait, I didn't go far enough. Oops. Gotta go across the bridge and then just off to the side. Upgraded to the new Alienware OLED panel. Nice. I can't say I'm familiar with it, but they do make good equipment. If not expensive equipment. You're always paying for the name with them. Alright, Lance 10. Why did I just do all that cooking if I was going to be sleeping for a billion years in-game? I always make that mistake. 12, 4, and why not? We'll do 8. Alright, so everything's repaired. Let's actually repair this while we're at it. It's still over there, hasn't moved. Really? Things won't rot as fast. I wonder... We'll see. So actually, I want to test that, because that sounds... I'm not saying that's incorrect, but that doesn't sound correct based on the game's logic that we've seen so far. Do I have anything that's close to rotting? Alright, raw meat. If this is gone when we come back, it still is... It's not ticking down. If it is not, then we can definitely use that to cheese the mechanics a bit. Yeah, Samsung has been doing that a lot lately with their name brand stuff. I've actually moved away from kind of trusting them as a manufacturer because of it. I think they've gotten too big for their britches, unfortunately. Whoa, alright. Good tip there, Cloud. Yeah, that should have rotted. Neat. Okay, I will take that. Let me go ahead and pick that up. Swap out my mining pick again. In fact, I think we should... Yeah, let's do the fishing harpoon now. Oh, and the airship moved! Okay, we're good. So it's back. It's not quote-unquote bugged, even though it wasn't a bug in the first place. So, oh, fortified. I don't know if you were here before, but we got a tip that the airship actually wasn't moving because we were locked into a story quest line. So they wanted me to go interact with a specific NPC that had spawned on it. So it was staying in the same spot no matter how many times we rested because of that. Yeah, thank you for the tip there on that, Cloud. Feels a little cheesy, if I'm being quite honest, but if they're going to make me wait weeks just to get this to at a specific spot so I can get in, then, yeah, I don't really feel too bad. So we're waiting. The airship should spawn right at the very edge of this little platform you can see in the background for anybody who doesn't know what's going on, and hopefully, we'll be able to get it to come over here relatively soon. We don't have to worry about doing this for too much longer. You honestly, you might have told me about the backpack thing, but I probably didn't understand you. I know you guys definitely told me about the preservation backpack trick, but I don't think I knew that if I drop my own backpack that's not a preservation backpack, it'll not go bad. Because I was always under the impression that the only reason that worked was because it was specifically a preservation backpack that I had dropped. That was the way that I had understood it. I assume it's like a refrigerator backpack. Things don't go bad, or it goes bad slower. I didn't know that that was a mechanic that also extended to the other versions. Yeah, so that you must have done the exact same thing that I did, where you were just trying to get into the airship and It didn't want to work. So yeah, it locked it over to the underside loading docks because it was at that quest step. Interestingly. I think it's close. It kind of goes in a almost a clockwise rotation around the map. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I misinterpreted that when you guys all gave me the lowdown on that the first time around then. That's my bad. Not that it really matters, it helps me with inventory management. Because when the stuff rots, it's no longer in my inventory. I can always make more, and now that we have the communal garden, we actually get a lot of really good food pretty quickly. And it does move clockwise. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. I'd kind of noticed that pattern before, but the way they're placed around the map is a little bit odd. So basically, yeah, we just missed it being at the spot that we need it to be at then. And we have to go for a full rotation here. Because it was over by New Sirocco, which is the stop immediately after this one. Alright, so there's one more over there in the corner, and then I think we're good. Yep, there we are. I don't know, there might be one more between here and then. But we'll see. We'll find out in like 2 days, I think. Hey, there we go. Finally. Alright, what did we lose? Almost nothing. Perfect. Alright, let's do this. And we're gonna have to take out a couple of gargoyles. Or maybe we don't, honestly. I get the feeling this is gonna be a pretty tough encounter. Alright, moment of truth, chat. This is what we've been sleeping for. Alright, so there's one gargoyle over there, and there's one here. I want to take them both out so that we don't have to worry about them being a problem while we're fighting this guy. So this is going to be a little bit slow, but I think we can do it. I'm going to go ahead and use... not this. Yeah, there we go. A golem elixir. Oh, crap. I forgot to get health potions out of storage. That sucks. That really sucks. Ah! I really need to not take damage. Like that. Exactly like that, chat. Might have just enough stamina to beat him. I think I'm gonna play it safe and back off for a second. Fortunately, I need to dodge a lot with this guy. No! I needed one more hit! Oh, I tried to risk it. I tried to risk it for that biscuit, and it failed. I just was short. Alright, 113. You fade in and out of consciousness, trying to drag yourself to safety. Your throbbing brain does not recognize your surroundings. Finally, you pass out, unable to go any further. When at last you awaken, you realize with horror that you dragged yourself deeper into this dangerous place. You may be in more danger now than before you collapsed. I swear, if they put me someplace at the bottom of... Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to redo that entire sequence of sleeping again. There's no way to get to the top except when you go through an actual entrance. That's so frustrating. That's immensely frustrating. Alright, well, at least it gives me an excuse to run back to town quickly. $75 more to go. Yep, we're working there. Again, I'm not doing it intentionally. Yep, and we're in a completely different spot now. Thanks. Oh wait, no, we're not. I can go up here. Please, just let me run up this. Oh wow, it's actually going to. I can't believe that worked. Goodbye. Excuse me. Alright, so as long as it doesn't move when we die, we should be good. Yeah, and seriously, these gargoyles are no joke. They hit so hard, and I do very little damage to it. But lucky for us, our friend despawned. That works. Oh crap, he didn't despawn, he's right there. I need another golem elixir to fight his friend. I think if he's in that specific position, he's good. I need purple drank? Spirit, oh, you mean like spirit varnish? Is that the secret here? Alright, let's go ahead and... Oh, I gotcha. That makes a lot more sense, considering they do purple damage. I don't want to, but I'm gonna chug a health potion. We're doing this. No! Going for it. There we go. Alright, this guy's dead. I don't think we need to worry about any of the other ones. Oh yeah, I definitely probably do. You're not wrong about that. I also probably have like 100 spiritual varnishes in my chest. The question is will I ever remember to use them? No. No, I will not. That's the secret. Hey, I'll take that. Aim for that. And that. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and have that Golem Elixir right now. Or Stability Potion, I guess. And, alright. I didn't happen to get a Varnish, did I? Nope. Alright, I swear if you just sit there and talk a lot... Whoa, okay. No! He's faster than the other ones for some reason, and by some reason I mean he's supposed to be a boss. But that makes our Ice Imbue do a lot of damage. Ow. Wow, thankfully he's locked into that. Wait, so that's not even the Djinn guy. Bendavel's Hospitality. The torn flag of a notorious rebel? Proof justice was served. It can be used to craft new, unique equipment. That must be something that they meant when they said they gave a lot of drops to unique enemies. Depowered bludgeon. An ancient large bludgeon. There are 2 small reservoirs for different thick liquids. Gross. Yep, the hospitality is after this recent patch. That's kind of what I figured. Well, that's just it, Cupie. I tried to go down there and it wouldn't let me go through the door to get to him. Like, I thought that, and I got outside the exact entrance to where I thought he was, and they just wouldn't let me go. Slayer's armor? Ooh, that sounds fancy. There's some health potions and mana that I needed. I had every key that it gave me. I don't know. No, I don't need that right now. Let's go back to town. We got a bunch of junk now. Alright, well, we'll have to go back, because we did all of the stuff to unlock it, but well, I couldn't get to it, surprisingly. So I'll have to loop back around. I'll check the quest tooltips. We're getting really close. I mean, we're already past the normal time that I stream, so it's probably not going to be today. We'll head back to town, dump our inventory, and then probably have to tackle that tomorrow, unfortunately. No, I definitely didn't mess up the quest timers. I've been doing this pretty quickly. Also, I'm pretty sure it would have updated the quest log had I missed the timer. Basically, the moment we learned about the Djinn after we got the amulet, we went over to it. Like, literally within a couple of days. We died once, but there's no way that we passed enough time where it wouldn't have worked. So I tried to go in through the door, and basically it just teleports me like I'm going out from that internal area. I assume I'm missing an item to get in there. I just don't know what it is. So I can prevent him from fleeing, gain the aid. Temperature control started on 392 and it's day 450. So it's been like 60 days since this started. Well, I'm wondering, did I bug the quest because I died to the emissary? Because I don't have the amulet in my inventory. That's the thing. So I'm wondering, maybe I need to go over to the Caligray Coliseum or something like that. I don't know. If it is the case, I might need to mod in a console so that I can just drop that into my inventory or something like that. I expected that I should have had the amulet when...
Can I help you?
When I beat the NPC, but then I died. It's not an inventory item. Okay, so then there goes my idea. I don't know then. No, give me that back. Yes, let's turn in our unidentified.
So there you are. Let's see about those mineral samples. You've earned this.
Nice. I'll take 1,000 funds. Oh, looks like you've struck gold. That's definitely worth sending a work crew out for.
We owe you one.
And a bunch of clay and gravel here. Excellent building material, but not much else of note.
So there's some plant samples to look at. Wonderful news!
Alright, I'll take some voltaic vines. That's good. Well, a pleasant surprise. There's some special materials growing in those spots. Where'd you find these?
Here's what we need. Get it done.
Alright, so what do we have? We need
How can I help you?
5,000. Oh, nice. We can actually... I think we can probably build the gladiator arena. We'll
So,
save that
what
for
are we working on
tomorrow,
today?
but I just want to double check to make sure we've got the ability to. No, we need 60 timber and 120 stone.
So, what's on the agenda today?
Oh, nice. Yeah, we do. We could build it if we wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and just buy it now so I remember.
So, what are we working on today?
And we will set that down tomorrow at the beginning of stream. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't. We'll have to figure it out. We got all stream tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but we'll see. So we can now prevent it from going. We just need to figure out how to get into the boss arena. That's all it comes down to. But again, as I said, that will have to wait until tomorrow. I appreciate you all for watching today. Thank you for joining me on our weird meandering journey through the storyline here in the Caldera area. As usual, if you're enjoying the stream, go ahead and be sure to follow the channel so that you can see when we go live. That is typically at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Monday through Friday. If you're also interested in catching up on the storyline to see how we've gotten to where we are right now, you can check out the past VODs archived on YouTube. Drop the link for that in the channel right now for anybody that might be interested. Besides that, you all have a great afternoon, evening, morning, night, wherever you are in the world, and I will see you all next time. Thank you for watching. Take care.